Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The torchlight flickered across veins of gold that threaded through the ancient stone like frozen lightning, casting dancing shadows upon walls that had witnessed the rise and fall of dwarven kings for countless generations. Peregrine Tûk II, known as Perry to his friends in the Shire, pressed his palm against the cool surface of the cavern wall, feeling the mountain's heartbeat pulsing beneath his fingertips. No hobbit had walked these deep halls of Erebor since his great-grandfather Pippin had journeyed here a century before, and even then, not in these unmapped passages that spiraled ever downward into the mountain's secrets. "How much farther, Master Hobbit?" grumbled Farin, the elder of the two dwarf merchants who had hired Perry for his cartographer's skills and, though unspoken, for his small stature that allowed him to slip through crevices too narrow for dwarven frames. "I'm not certain," Perry admitted, consulting the half-finished map spread across his knees, the parchment illuminated by the blue-tinged light of his dwarf-crafted lantern. "These tunnels weren't on any of the maps you provided. They seem older somehow." Indeed, while the upper levels of Erebor gleamed with the restoration work of Durin's folk who had reclaimed the mountain decades after Smaug's defeat, these deeper passages bore different markings, runes more angular and primitive than modern Khuzdul, carved by hands long since turned to dust. "Oh, we should turn back," insisted Nori, the younger dwarf, whose eyes darted nervously between the shadows. "These tunnels were sealed for a reason. The air feels wrong." Perry might have agreed, had his Tûkish blood not been singing with the thrill of discovery. Unlike most hobbits, whose ambitions rarely extended beyond their garden gates, Perry had inherited both his namesake's adventurous spirit and his mother's scholarly precision. The combination had made him the first hobbit cartographer to be sought out by the dwarves of Erebor, commissioned to map the newly discovered passages revealed by a minor cave-in near the lower forges. "Just a bit further," Perry urged, his bare feet padding silently across the stone floor, polished smooth by ancient waters. "Would there's a chamber ahead. Look how the passage widens." The tunnel opened into a vast cavern, whose ceiling soared beyond the reach of their lanterns. Stalactites hung like petrified spears, some as thick as ancient oaks, dripping water that collected in pools across the uneven floor. But it was not the cavern's natural grandeur that caused the three explorers to freeze in their tracks. At the chamber's center, coiled upon a raised dais of obsidian, lay a dragon. Unlike Smaug, whose massive form had been described in tales that still frightened hobbit children on dark nights, this drake was smaller, no larger than a draft horse, and its scales gleamed not with ruby brilliance, but with a deep midnight blue that seemed to absorb the lantern light. Most remarkably, it appeared to be asleep, its sides rising and falling with breath so slow and shallow that it might have been mistaken for a statue had Perry not seen a thin wisp of frost escape its nostrils. "Ilúvatar, preserve us," whispered Nori, reaching for the war axe at his belt. "Wait!" Perry hissed, catching the dwarf's arm. "It's sleeping. We can leave before it wakes." But Farin's expression had transformed, avarice replacing fear as he gazed upon the slumbering creature. Do you not see what this is, Nori? A dragon, smaller than Smaug, but a drake nonetheless, preserved here since the elder days. Think of what such a weapon would mean against the encroachment of the woodland realm. Perry's blood ran cold at the dwarf's words. Relations between Erebor and the elves of Mirkwood, now called the Greenwood once more, had grown strained in recent years as both kingdoms expanded their influence in the lands between them. But to consider waking a dragon, even one so small— "You can't be serious," Perry said, but the look exchanged between the dwarves told him they were indeed contemplating exactly that. "Your services are no longer required, Master Tûk," Farin said coldly, his hand moving to his belt. "Return to the upper halls and speak nothing of what you've seen if you value your life." Perry backed away, mind racing. No simple cartographer now, he had stumbled into a plot that could reignite the conflicts of a previous age. As he retreated down the passage, he heard the dwarves' excited murmurs fade behind him, but he did not return to the upper halls as commanded. Instead, he slipped into a side passage he had noted earlier, where wind whistled through a crack barely wide enough for a hobbit to squeeze through. His great-grandfather's tales had mentioned such secret ways, through which the company of Thorin Oakenshield had navigated the mountain's labyrinth. If the old stories held true, this one might lead to the royal quarters, where perhaps someone with authority might listen to a hobbit's warning. The passage did not lead to the royal quarters, but it did emerge behind a tapestry in a quiet corridor, where Perry nearly collided with a dwarf maiden whose elaborate beard was adorned with sapphires and silver beads. Her guards reached for their weapons, but she raised a hand to stay them. "What have we here?" she asked, her voice stern but not unkind, a halfling far from the upper halls where the merchants dwell. Perry bowed hastily, recognizing the sigil on her cloak. "Princess Dice, granddaughter of Thorin Stonehelm." "I beg your pardon for the intrusion, but I bear urgent news of a plot that threatens the mountain's peace." Something in his earnest expression must have convinced her, for she dismissed her guards and led him to a small antechamber where he recounted his discovery. Her expression darkened as he described Farin's intentions. "These fools would risk another dragon scourge upon our people," she said, her fingers tightening around a goblet of dwarven mead. "Odudge and worse. They would use it against the elves, with whom we have maintained a fragile peace these many years." "Can you not simply arrest them?" Perry asked. Dis shook her head, her jeweled beard catching the firelight. "Farin is cousin to Lord Ruin, who leads the faction opposed to our current alliance with the Woodland Realm. To move against him without proof would risk civil strife within Erebor." She studied Perry with newfound intensity. "And we need eyes and ears where dwarves cannot go, Master Tûk. Will you serve as my agent in this matter?" And so it came to pass that Peregrine Tûk II, who had journeyed to Erebor seeking only to map its wonders, found himself embroiled in dwarven politics. Over the following days, he shadowed Farin and Nori, documenting their meetings with Lord Ruin and his allies, who spoke openly of using the weapon below to drive the elves from the eastern eaves of Greenwood. On the fourth night, Perry's surveillance revealed that they planned to wake the dragon on the following evening, using ancient artifacts retrieved from Erebor's deepest vaults. Desperate, he carried this news to Princess Dice, who had but one recourse. "We must seek the counsel of one who understands dragons better than any now living," she declared. "Though it pains me to admit it, we need an elf." The elf who answered Dice's reluctant summons was none other than Legolas Greenleaf, son of Thranduil, who had returned from the Undying Lands decades ago when signs of darkness had begun to stir once more in the east. His ageless face betrayed no emotion as Perry recounted the tale of the slumbering drake, but his eyes, ancient and keen as stars, flickered with recognition. "This is no ordinary dragon," Legolas said when Perry had finished. "You describe an ice drake of the Grey Mountains, a breed thought extinct since the First Age. They were not creations of Morgoth, as were the fire drakes like Smaug, but elder creatures twisted to darkness later. Some retained a measure of their original nobility. Noble or not, it will bring destruction if Ruin wakes and tries to control it," Dis insisted. "Perhaps," Legolas agreed, "but there may be another way. Ancient texts speak of ice drakes responding to riddles in the old tongue, a means of communication rather than dominance." Perry's heart quickened. Among his most prized possessions was a slim volume of elvish riddles, gifted to him by an elderly hobbit who claimed it had once belonged to Bilbo Baggins himself. He had studied it obsessively, fascinated by the linguistic puzzles, never imagining they might serve a purpose beyond intellectual curiosity. "I know such riddles," he said quietly, earning surprised looks from both princess and elf. If I could reach the dragon before they wake it forcefully." Their plan formed quickly. While Dais gathered loyal guards to intercept Ruin's faction, Legolas would guide Perry through secret ways known only to those who had fought in the Battle of Five Armies, allowing him to reach the dragon chamber undetected. They moved as night fell, descending through passages so ancient that even the elven prince stepped carefully, wary of traps set before the coming of Durin's folk. When they reached the final approach to the dragon's chamber, Legolas halted. "I can go no further," he whispered. "My presence would wake the drake instantly. The enmity between our kinds runs too deep." "You must go alone, Master Hobbit." Perry nodded, surprised to find his hands steady as he crept into the vast chamber. He had arrived before Ruin's faction, but not by much. He could hear their voices echoing from a nearby passage. The drake remained as he had first seen it, coiled in slumber, though now he noted the fine layer of frost that covered its scales, and the subtle patterns etched into the obsidian dais beneath it. Not dwarven runes, but something far older. Taking a deep breath, Perry stepped forward and spoke the first riddle in ancient Sindarin, his pronunciation careful and clear as it had been taught to him. "Ui kalin rastas, uras tiro, udulin, dan treneri dulin, uhaded, dan axahad, ugol, dan lithia gol." The dragon's eye snapped open, a crystalline blue that held the depth of frozen lakes. Its pupil contracted as it focused on the small figure before it, and frost swirled around its nostrils as it exhaled. "Erin," it replied in a voice like ice cracking on a winter lake. "The forest." "You speak the old tongue, little one, though you are neither elf nor dwarf." Perry swallowed hard and offered a second riddle, this one more complex. The dragon's head tilted as it considered, then answered correctly. A third riddle followed, and a fourth, each exchange building a tenuous bridge of communication between Hobbit and Drake. "You wake me with riddles and respect," the dragon said finally, uncurling slightly from its resting position. Unlike those who approach with chains and compulsion, it turned its gaze toward the passage where Ruin's faction would soon emerge. "They plan to use you as a weapon against the elves," Perry explained, emboldened by the creature's apparent rationality, "as if I were some mindless worm." The dragon snorted, ice crystals forming in the air before it. "I am Nymphalos, last guardian of the Grey Scepter, set here to slumber until the shadow in the east stirred once more." "Shadow?" Perry asked. But before Nymphalos could answer, torchlight flooded the chamber as Lord Ruin entered, flanked by Farin, Nori, and a dozen armed dwarves. In their midst, they carried an ornate coffer bound with chains of dark metal. "You step away from our prize, halfling," Rúin commanded, his voice echoing against the stone. "We come to claim what will ensure Erebor's supremacy." "You come to doom your kingdom," Nymphalos replied, rising to its full height, wings unfurling like sails of midnight blue. "The chains you bear were forged in malice to bind my kind to darkness. They are but one sign that the enemy's servants stir once more in the depths of the shadowed mountains." Rúin faltered, clearly not expecting the dragon to address him directly. In that moment of confusion, Princess Dís arrived with her royal guard, surrounding the conspirators. "Explain yourself, cousin," she demanded of Rúin, "before I name you traitor to the throne." What followed was a revelation that chilled the blood of all present. Nymphalos, fully awake now and speaking with the wisdom of ages, revealed that the coffer contained no mere control chains, but an artifact of ancient evil, a splinter of the dark power that had once dominated Middle-earth, preserved and waiting for hands greedy enough to wield it. "I was placed here by the Astari themselves," the dragon explained, "to guard against the day when this fragment might be discovered. It calls to the ambitious, whispering promises of power even as it corrupts and destroys." Rúin's face contorted with rage and something else, a shadow that seemed to pass across his features like a cloud across the sun. He lunged for the coffer, breaking free of the guards, but Perry, acting on instinct born of his ancestors' courage, intercepted him, sending the coffer skidding across the floor toward Nymphalos. The dragon's breath engulfed it in a blast of winter fury, encasing the coffer in ice so cold it cracked the stone beneath. "This cannot be destroyed," Nymphalos said solemnly, "but it can be contained until the free peoples of Middle-earth unite to banish such darkness permanently." In the days that followed, an unlikely alliance formed within the halls of Erebor. Princess Dís, ascending to her rightful place on the council, formalized a new treaty with the woodland realm, with Legolas serving as ambassador. Nymphalos, no longer bound to endless slumber, agreed to remain as guardian of the frozen artifact, offering wisdom from ages long past. And Perry, the Hobbit cartographer who had only wished to map unknown tunnels, found himself named Dragon Friend and honored by both dwarves and elves. His maps now included not just the physical passages of Erebor, but the political and historical connections that bound the kingdoms together against the darkness that ever threatened to return. As he prepared to journey home to the Shire, where comfortable armchairs and well-stocked pantries awaited, Perry reflected that some maps could not be drawn on parchment, like the map of fate that had led a simple hobbit to become the catalyst for an alliance that might one day save Middle-earth from shadows yet unseen. Nymphalos had promised to visit the Shire one day, to see this land that produces such small beings with such large courage. Perry smiled at the thought of a dragon taking tea in Hobbiton, another tale for the Red Book, another thread in the tapestry of adventures that seemed to entangle the Tûk family with alarming regularity. For now, though, he would return home, carrying with him secrets and riddles and the certainty that, as his great-grandfather had often said, the road goes ever on, and one never knows where it might lead, nor what unlikely friendships await around the next bend. Story 2. Frost etched silver patterns across window panes that should have been beaded with summer dew, and the breath of hobbits hung visible in the air as they huddled around hearths that had not been extinguished for 90 days. Outside, apple trees stood barren against a slate-grey sky, their branches heavy with snow instead of fruit. In all recorded history of the Shire, no winter had ever stretched its icy fingers so far into what should have been the ripening days of harvest. Primula Brandybuck stood at the rounded door of her smile, wrapped in layers of wool and fur that did little to ward off the unnatural chill. Unlike most hobbits, whose concerns rarely extended beyond their next meal or the gossip at the Green Dragon, Primula's gaze was fixed on the distant horizon where the old forest hunched like a dark sentinel against the pale landscape. Something in her blood, perhaps the same something that had driven her ancestor Frodo beyond the borders of the Shire centuries ago, whispered that this endless winter was no mere quirk of weather. "It's getting worse," observed old Hamfast Gamgee, shuffling through snow that reached his knees. Frost clung to his whiskers, transforming them into miniature icicles that clinked softly as he spoke. "Lost 2 more lambs last night. At this rate, we'll not see spring again, nor summer after." Primula nodded grimly, her fingers unconsciously finding the small ring that hung from a silver chain around her neck. It was a simple band of some pale metal, neither silver nor mithril, set with a crystal that occasionally caught the light in ways that seemed impossible, fracturing it into colors no hobbit had names for. The ring had been passed down through her family for generations, along with whispered warnings to keep it secret, to keep it safe. "Have there been more sightings?" she asked, keeping her voice low though there was no one else to hear. Hamfast's weathered face grew grave. "Aye, 3 nights past. By the North Moor, something tall and dark, moving through the snow without leaving tracks. Old Proudfoot's dogs wouldn't stop howling, and then went silent all at once." He glanced nervously over his shoulder. "They say it's an omen." Primula knew better. Omens were for those who didn't understand what they faced. What stalked the borders of the Shire on moonless nights was no superstition, but something far more tangible and ancient, something that hungered. That night, as bitter wind howled around the eaves of her home, Primula dreamt of fire and shadow. She stood in a vast hall of stone before a throne upon which sat not a king, but a presence, ancient, wise, and weary. White robes flowed around a form that seemed both substantial and ethereal, and a staff of twisted wood rested against the throne, topped with a crystalline stone that pulsed with inner light. "Primula, daughter of Drogo, of the line of Baggins," the figure spoke, though his lips did not move. "The time of watching ends. The enemy stirs. Gandalf," she whispered, recognizing the name from old tales, though the wizard had passed into legend long before her birth. "What was broken was not destroyed," the wizard continued, his eyes like wells of sorrow. "The ring-wraith rises again, drawing strength from the winter of despair it has cast upon your land. It seeks what you carry, the last Silmaril shard, captured in starlight and set in living metal by Celebrimbor himself before the fall of Eridon." Primula's hand went to the ring at her throat. "This? But it's just a trinket, a family heirloom. It is the light of Eärendil, last hope against the darkness that gathers. The wraith cannot abide its presence, yet covets its power." The hall around them began to fade, the stones dissolving into mist. "Seek the ruins of Fornost, where the kings of old stood against the witch realm of Angmar. There, at the broken tower, when midwinter's night is darkest, the light must be rekindled." Primula woke with a gasp, her small bedroom illuminated by an impossible radiance. The crystal in her ring blazed like a captured star, painting the humble hobbit furnishings with light that belonged in the courts of elven kings. As she stared in wonder, the light dimmed but did not entirely fade, a silent confirmation that her dream had been no ordinary wandering of the sleeping mind. The next morning, Primula did something no respectable hobbit would consider. She began preparing for a journey. Into a pack went provisions, a tinderbox, a small knife that had once belonged to Samwise Gamgee, and a tattered map of lands beyond the Shire's borders that her father had acquired from a passing ranger decades ago. She dressed in the sturdiest clothes she owned, wrapping her sensitive hobbit feet in strips of leather, an indignity but a necessary one for the snow-covered leagues ahead. "You're going somewhere?" The voice from her doorway belonged to Hugo Brandybuck, her cousin, whose round face was uncharacteristically serious. Behind him stood two more hobbits, Marigold Tûk, whose reputation for archery was whispered about with equal parts admiration and disapproval, and Fastolf Proudfoot, whose broad shoulders had earned him the nickname the Brawler after an infamous incident at the Bywater Fair. "And I have to," Primula replied simply. "Then we're coming with you," said Hugo, with the finality of one who has already packed his own bag. "Whatever madness has gotten into your Baggin's blood has evidently proven contagious." Arguments proved futile. By midday, 4 hobbits, none taller than 3.5 feet, none trained for battle or hardship, none having ventured more than a dozen miles from their birthplaces, set out from Hobbiton toward the northern wilds, guided only by an ancient map, a wizard's dream message, and the faint glow of a ring that seemed to pull Primula forward like a lodestone to true north. Their journey north was a testament to hobbit resilience. They trudged through snowdrifts that sometimes rose above their heads, forded icy streams that numbed their feet, and huddled together through bitter nights when the wind seemed to whisper with malevolent voices. Game was scarce in the frozen landscape, forcing them to ration their provisions with uncharacteristic hobbit restraint. On the 7th day, as they skirted the edge of the old forest, no hobbit would willingly enter those shadows, especially not when winter had made the ancient trees angry and hungry. They encountered their first true peril. The attack came at dusk, heralded by nothing more than a sudden deepening of shadows and the absolute silence of birds. They emerged from between the trees like fragments of night given form, wolves larger than any natural breed, their fur black as starless skies, their eyes gleaming with an intelligence that had no place in bestial minds. Winter wargs, creatures out of northern nightmares, servants of darker powers. "Run!" shouted Primula, but the snow betrayed them, clutching at their legs as the massive predators bounded effortlessly across the frozen crust. It was Marigold who saved them, her small bow singing as she loosed arrow after arrow with a precision that belied her lack of formal training. 2 wolves fell, and a third retreated with a shaft protruding from its shoulder. But more howls answered from deeper in the forest. The pack was rallying. There, Fastolf pointed toward a stone structure half buried in snow, the ruins of an ancient way station, perhaps, or a shepherd's shelter from some bygone age. They stumbled toward it as darkness fell completely, barricading the crumbling doorway with fallen stones, as glowing eyes gathered in the night beyond. It was within those ruins, huddled around a meager fire, that Primula first told her companions the full truth about her dream, about the ring she carried, and about the ring-wraith that sought it. "So we're not just running from winter," Hugo said slowly, "but from one of the 9, a deathless sorcerer king who nearly conquered all the northern realms during the Third Age." "Not one of the 9, Primula corrected grimly. "A fragment of one." When the One Ring was destroyed, the ring-wraiths were unmade, but perhaps not completely. Something survived, some essence of malice that has slowly regained form over the centuries. "And this ring," Marigold nodded toward the gently glowing band around Primula's neck, "can stop it if we reach Fornost by midwinter's night 5 days from now." Fastolf's laugh held no humor. "And 5 days to cross the frozen wilderness, find ruins that haven't been seen by hobbit eyes in living memory, all while being hunted by wolves and worse. We're going to need a miracle." The miracle came the following dawn. though not in a form any of them would have recognized from tales. As they cautiously emerged from their shelter, they found the wolves gone, and in their place, a single figure seated upon a rock, watching them with eyes that reflected the morning light like polished amber. She was taller than a hobbit, but shorter than the men they had occasionally seen passing through the Shire. Her features were fine-boned and ageless, her hair a cascade of russet shot through with silver. A bow of pale wood rested across her knees, and at her hip hung a short sword whose hilt was worked with designs of leaves and vines. "Well met, ring-bearer," she said, her voice carrying the subtle music of falling water. "I am Lúthien, last warden of the North Downs. The trees whispered of your passing, and the birds confirmed it." "You're an elf," breathed Hugo, eyes wide with wonder. A smile touched Lúthien's lips. "Once, perhaps. Now I am simply a guardian of forgotten places." She rose gracefully, slinging her bow across her back. "The path to Fornost is treacherous, and darker servants than winter wargs have been roused by the Wraith's call. You will need a guide." With Lúthien leading them, the journey took on a different character. The elf warden knew paths invisible to hobbit eyes, ancient trackways, hidden valleys where the snow lay thinner, sheltered hollows where they could rest without fear of discovery. She taught them to move silently across the snow and to recognize the signs of enemies before they drew too near. Yet even with her aid, they did not travel uncontested. Twice they were forced to hide as massive shadow crows wheeled overhead, their harsh cries like the scraping of metal on stone. Once they detoured miles from their path to avoid what Lúthien identified as the tracks of a snow troll, recently roused from its mountain slumber. On Midwinter's Eve, they crested a ridge and beheld their destination at last. Fornost Irain, the ancient capital of Arnor, now reduced to tumbled stones and broken towers, half buried beneath centuries of snow and neglect. In the center of the ruins rose a single structure, still partially intact, a circular tower with walls of black stone, its upper reaches shattered as if by some immense force. "The Tower of the Setting Sun," Lúthien murmured. "Heart of the Old Kingdom, and the last place where the power of the Dunedain held the Witch King at bay before the realm fell." They made camp in the shelter of a fallen archway, gathering their strength for what would come with nightfall. As darkness descended, the temperature plummeted further, the cold becoming a living presence that sought out every gap in their clothing, every exposed inch of skin. And with the darkness came the enemy. It appeared first as a deeper shadow among the ruins, moving with deliberate slowness toward the tower, taller than any man, crowned with a helm of jagged metal. It drifted rather than walked, leaving no footprints in the pristine snow. In one gauntleted hand, it carried a sword of pale steel that gleamed with a sickly phosphorescence. "The Wraith," whispered Lúthien, her face taut with ancient grief. "And it has regained more form than I feared possible." As if hearing its name, the figure paused, then turned with dreadful precision toward their hiding place. A hollow voice echoed across the ruins, speaking in a tongue that made the hobbits' ears ache and their hearts quail. "Now," Primula said, her voice steadier than she felt. "While it's still outside the tower." They moved like shadows themselves, circling around collapsed walls and through half-buried chambers, approaching the tower from the opposite side. Lúthien led, her bow ready, while Marigold and Fastolf guarded their flanks. Hugo stayed close to Primula, his eyes constantly scanning for danger. The interior of the tower was a hollow shaft open to the sky, where a few brave stars glimmered through the cloud cover. At its center stood a plinth of white marble, carved with symbols that glowed faintly blue in the darkness. Elvish script, ancient beyond reckoning. The Stone of Remembrance, Lúthien breathed. Set here when Fornost was young, blessed by Elrond himself as a ward against darkness. Primula approached the stone, guided by the insistent pull of the ring against her chest, which now blazed with light that no clothing could conceal. As she reached for the chain around her neck, a terrible cold descended upon the tower, and a shadow fell across the entranceway. The Wraith had found them. What followed was chaos and desperate courage. Lithoril's arrows flashed in the darkness, striking the spectral figure with impacts that would have felled a troll, yet merely causing it to falter momentarily. Marigold joined her, while Fastolf and Hugo hurled broken masonry at the advancing horror. Primula, meanwhile, fumbled with the chain, finally freeing the ring as the Wraith's sword whistled downward. Lúthien threw herself between them, her own blade meeting the Wraith's with a sound like shattering ice. The impact drove her to one knee, her face contorted with effort as centuries-old magic warred against the deathless malice of the Ring Wraith. "Now, Primula," the elf warden gasped. With trembling fingers, Primula placed the ring upon the Stone of Remembrance. For one terrible moment, nothing happened. Then the crystal at its center blazed forth with a light that banished all shadows. The ring itself began to melt, flowing like quicksilver across the surface of the stone, etching the ancient symbols with liquid fire. The Wraith screamed, a sound that contained centuries of hatred and thwarted ambition. It raised its sword for a killing blow against Lúthien, but before the blade could fall, the light from the stone erupted upward in a column that pierced the clouds above. Within that radiance, Primula glimpsed a figure, tall, crowned with stars, his hand extended in a gesture of both blessing and banishment. "Eärendil," Lúthien whispered in awe. The Wraith's form began to unravel like smoke in a strong wind, tatters of its essence dispersing into the night. Its empty crown fell to the stone floor with a hollow clang, then dissolved into dust. With a final, ululating wail that echoed across the ruins, the last vestige of the Nine was finally, truly unmade. In the silence that followed, snowflakes began to fall, but these were different from the bitter ice that had plagued the Shire for months. They were soft, gentle, carrying the promise of clean renewal rather than endless winter. "It's over," Hugo said wonderingly. Lúthien shook her head, sheathing her sword with hands that trembled slightly. "Not over changed. The Wraith was not the only shadow stirring in the world, merely the one that threatened your home." Primula stared at the Stone of Remembrance, where her family's treasure had been consumed. The ancient symbols still glowed faintly, pulsing like a heartbeat. "What now?" "Now," said the elf warden with a smile that held both sadness and pride. "You return to your Shire and watch the spring come again. You have earned that peace, little one." As they made their way back south, they noticed the change immediately. The brutal edge had gone from the wind, and birds had returned to the skeletal trees. By the time they reached the borders of the Shire, green shoots were pushing through the thinning snow, and the air carried the first faint scent of thaw. No songs would be sung of their deed, no histories written by the great lore masters. But in the years that followed, when hobbits gathered around fires on winter nights, they would sometimes speak in hushed tones of Primula Brandybuck and the winter that nearly never ended, a simple tale that grew with each telling, eventually becoming just another legend in a world where magic was fading but never quite gone. And on certain nights, when the stars shone particularly bright, Primula would stand at her round door and look northward, remembering the light that had saved them all, and wondering what other forgotten treasures and ancient perils might still lie waiting in the wide world beyond the safe borders of the Shire. Story 3. In the hushed shadows of an ancient oak chest, among moth-eaten cloaks and tarnished silver spoons, Bilbo Greenleaf's fingers trembled as they closed around a rolled parchment hidden beneath the false bottom his grandfather had crafted decades ago. The brittle vellum crackled as he unfurled it, revealing ink that still gleamed with a faint silver luminescence, a map unlike any in the Shire's modest archives. Etched upon it were the unmistakable seven-tiered gates of Khazad-dûm, the legendary dwarven kingdom whispered about in tavern tales, but unseen by hobbit eyes for countless generations. "What secrets did you keep, grandfather?" Bilbo murmured, his scholar's heart quickening as his eyes traced the delicate runes that bordered the ancient pathways. Unlike most hobbits of Lake Town, who viewed libraries as wastes of good pantry space, Bilbo had devoted his life to the study of languages and lore, forgotten by all but the oldest elves. Now, as lamplight danced across the hidden map, midnight symbols shifted subtly beneath his gaze, as if responding to his attention. Dawn found him still hunched over his grandfather's desk, surrounded by reference tomes and half-drunk cups of cold tea. The runes had yielded their secrets, not merely a map to Moria, but instructions for entering a hidden chamber where something called Mahal's hammer lay waiting. And most remarkably, a personal seal at the bottom. His grandfather had not merely acquired this map, but had been its creator, marking him as something far more significant than the simple merchant Bilbo had always believed him to be. 3 weeks later, having traded his comfortable waistcoats for sturdy traveling clothes, Bilbo stood before the imposing western gates of Khazad-dûm. Where once darkness and danger had ruled, now torches blazed along magnificent halls reclaimed by the dwarves under King Durin Seventhern, the Deathless, whose ambitious restoration had reclaimed portions of the ancient kingdom from shadow. Bilbo's credentials as a scholar of ancient texts, along with a carefully crafted letter of introduction, had gained him passage into the mountain, though the guards' suspicious glances at his bare, furry feet spoke volumes about how rarely hobbits ventured into the dwarven realm. "The king holds audience in the chamber of Mazarbul," growled his stone-faced guide, a red-bearded dwarf named Bofur, who had clearly drawn the short straw in being assigned to escort a halfling through their sacred halls. "Though I cannot imagine what business a Shire rat has with Durin's folk," Bilbo bit back a retort, reminding himself that dwarven diplomacy had all the subtlety of their battle axes. Instead, he focused on the breathtaking grandeur surrounding them. Vast columns carved from living stone soared upward until they disappeared into shadow, each one intricately decorated with geometric patterns that told the story of dwarven craftsmanship throughout the ages. Channels of molten gold ran alongside the pathways, providing both light and a display of the wealth flowing once more through Khazad-dûm's reclaimed mines. The air thrummed with the distant rhythm of countless hammers striking stone and metal, the heartbeat of a civilization rebuilding its greatest monument. The chamber of Mazarbul had been transformed from its former state as a tomb and records hall into a magnificent throne room. There, upon a dais of midnight blue marble, shot through with veins of mithril, sat Durin Seven. His beard, plaited with gold and sapphires, cascaded over robes of deep crimson, and upon his brow sat a crown of angular design that caught the light from 1,000 crystal lamps suspended above. But it was not the king who first caught Bilbo's attention. Rather, it was the object resting on a plinth beside the throne, a hammer with a haft of dark wood polished to a mirror shine, its head forged from a metal that seemed to shift between silver, gold, and something altogether unearthly as the light played across its surface. Even from a distance, the hammer radiated an aura of creation and ancient power that made Bilbo's skin prickle. "The Hammer of Aule," he whispered involuntarily, using the elven name for Mahal, the divine smith who had created the dwarven race. All conversation in the chamber ceased at his words, Durin's eyes, sharp as cut gems, fixed upon the hobbit. Few outside our kind know that name, or would recognize the scepter of making upon sight. The king rumbled, his voice echoing through the suddenly silent hall. We step forward, halfling, and explain how a creature whose people barely distinguish between copper and gold could know of our most sacred relic. Swallowing his apprehension, Bilbo approached the throne and bowed deeply. Your Majesty, I am Bilbo Greenleaf of Laketown, scholar of ancient texts and languages. My grandfather's map led me here, though I confess I did not expect to find the very artifact he wrote about so prominently displayed. Before Durin could respond, the great doors of the chamber burst open. A contingent of dark-skinned warriors strode in, their curved swords and desert garb marking them as emissaries from Harad, the southern kingdom of men. At their head walked a tall figure whose face was half covered by indigo cloth, his eyes lined with kohl above a neatly trimmed beard. King Durin, the man announced without preamble, I am Kalim Raz, voice of the Serpent Throne. My master sends his greetings and his terms for peace between our realms. What followed was a diplomatic dance of words, carefully chosen, and veiled threats expertly delivered. The Haradrim desired access to Mithril for their master's ambitious construction of a great lighthouse at the southern harbour of Umbar. The dwarves, protective of their most precious resource, offered alternatives of gold and gemstones. As the negotiations continued, Bilbo found himself forgotten in the shadow of a column, his scholarly curiosity drawing him ever closer to the hammer that had featured so prominently in his grandfather's coded notes. It happened in an instant, a flash of steel, a cry cut short. One of the Haradrim ambassadors lunged toward the plinth, a crystal vial smashing against the hammer's surface. As guards converged, the assassin shouted words in a language ancient even to Bilbo's learned ears, and the hammer began to emit a high-pitched tone that set teeth on edge and caused the very stone of the chamber to vibrate. In the chaos that followed, accusations flew like arrows. The Haradrim delegation professed shock and claimed the assassin was unknown to them. The dwarves, naturally suspicious, saw a plot by men to steal their greatest treasure. And somehow, impossibly, evidence emerged pointing to Bilbo, fragments of notes in his handwriting, seemingly detailing the exact method of theft attempted. "Imprison the halfling!" Durin roared, his face contorted with rage. "The hammer darkens by the hour, its power corrupted by whatever foul substance was cast upon it." Bilbo's protestations of innocence fell on deaf ears, yet fate, with its peculiar sense of timing, intervened before he could be dragged to the dungeons. A tremor shook the mountain, more focused than an earthquake, as if something immense had shifted deep below. In the momentary confusion, Bilbo slipped away from his captors, ducking into a service passage his grandfather's map had marked, but which pride had prevented the dwarves from mentioning to an outsider. For 3 days, he evaded capture within the labyrinthine depths of Khazad-dûm, following tunnels untraveled for millennia. His small size and light footsteps proved advantageous where dwarven pursuit faltered. On the 4th day, half-starved and desperate, he emerged into a vast cavern untouched by the recent restoration efforts. There, to his astonishment, he found a hidden colony of elves. Not the proud Sindar or Noldor of ancient tales, but the wild, suspicious Avari who had refused the journey west in the elder days. Their leader, a silver-haired Elith named Nimrodel, whose eyes reflected starlight despite the underground darkness, regarded Bilbo with a mixture of wariness and recognition. "So Aldrin's grandson returns to us at last," she said, using a name Bilbo had never heard associated with his family. Dai, he said you would come, when the hammer was found and the shadow from the south stirred once more. In the days that followed, Bilbo learned the truth his grandfather had hidden from their family. He had been no mere hobbit, but a member of the Orostion, the Mountain Guardians, a secret order formed after Sauron's fall to protect Middle-earth from ancient evils that might resurface. Elves, dwarves, men, and yes, even hobbits had sworn to this cause, recognizing that vigilance could not end with the destruction of the One Ring. The hammer is not merely a craft tool, Nimrodel explained as she showed Bilbo ancient texts preserved in their hidden sanctuary. It is a key, fashioned by Orly himself, to awaken the Stone Guardians should darkness threaten the world again. The texts revealed that beneath the foundations of every great mountain range in Middle-earth slumbered massive figures of living stone, forged in the First Age as a final defense against Morgoth and his lieutenants. They could be awakened only by the hammer's call, a power too devastating to be used except in most dire need. The assassin wasn't trying to steal the hammer, Bilbo realized, the pieces finally falling into place. He was corrupting it, ensuring it could never wake the Guardians when his master makes his move. Armed with this knowledge and his grandfather's signet ring, the mark of the Orostion, Bilbo devised a plan to clear his name and warn Durin of the true threat. The elves, long hidden but still bound by ancient oaths, agreed to help. On Midsummer's Eve, when the Dwarven guards celebrated and vigilance waned, they escorted him through secret passages directly into the king's private chambers. The confrontation that followed tested all of Bilbo's diplomatic skills and newfound courage. Faced with a furious king and the corrupted hammer, now streaked with veins of darkness that pulsed like malevolent veins, he presented the ancient texts and his grandfather's ring. But the enemy is not Harad, your majesty, but what controls their new king from the shadows, Bilbo explained urgently. The attack on the hammer was just the beginning. Without the Stone Guardians, the Free Peoples will stand alone when Morgoth's lieutenant emerges from his long hiding. Skepticism gave way to grim acceptance as Durin examined the evidence. The ancient alliance of the Orostion was renewed that night, with dwarf, elf, and hobbit once more united against shadow. The path to cleansing the hammer and awakening the Guardians would be perilous, requiring ingredients from each corner of Middle-earth and the cooperation of races long estranged from one another. As Bilbo stood on a balcony overlooking the vastness of Khazad-dûm, now his ally rather than his prison, he reflected on how far he had come from the comfortable hobbit hole in Lake Town. The journey ahead would test him in ways his grandfather's books could never have prepared him for. Yet as the first dwarven emissaries departed to seek aid from elven realms not seen in an age, and as Nimrodel scouts slipped away toward the towers of Gondor, Bilbo felt something his scholarly heart had never anticipated. The fierce pride of standing at the center of a legend still in the making. Not bad for a hobbit who never wanted an adventure, he murmured, fingering the Orostion ring that now hung around his neck. Beyond the mountain, dawn broke over a Middle-earth unaware of the darkness gathering or of the small hands now working to save it. Story 4. Beyond the winding waters of the Brandywine River, where the morning mist clung to rolling hills like forgotten dreams, 3 hobbits crouched behind a weathered stone fence. Their breath emerged in small white clouds in the pre-dawn chill as they watched a pale light dance between ancient oaks, moving with purpose, yet belonging to no lantern or torch known in the Shire. "There it is again, Marco," whispered Drogo, the youngest of the 3, his eyes wide beneath a mop of chestnut curls. Just like in old Bilbo's tales, a will-o'-the-wisp leading travellers astray. Marco Brandybuck, tallest of the trio, though still small by the measure of big folk, adjusted the pack strapped across his shoulders. Unlike most hobbits, whose curiosity rarely extended beyond the next meal or the latest village gossip, Marco had inherited the Brandybuck penchant for adventure, along with a collection of maps and journals from his grandfather, who had once travelled as far as Dale in his youth. Not a will-o'-the-wisp, Marco corrected, his voice hushed but certain. That's an elf light. The kind that guided the Fellowship through darker paths than these. He turned to the third member of their party, his cousin Folco Boffin, whose round face was half hidden behind a book bound in faded red leather. What does the journal say about following them? Folco licked his thumb and carefully turned a yellowed page. Master Meriadoc writes that elf lights appear when the boundaries between realms grow thin. They're not to be followed lightly, but... He squinted at the faded script. In times of need, they may lead to wonders beyond reckoning. And is sneaking away from harvest preparations a time of need? Drogo asked, though his twinkling eyes betrayed his excitement. Marco grinned, the wanderlust of his Tûk ancestors gleaming in his gaze. There's never been a better time. Come on! The three hobbits scrambled over the fence, their furry feet making little sound on the damp earth as they pursued the dancing light. It led them through thickets and over brooks, deeper into the forest that bordered the old forest, a boundary few hobbits ever crossed. Hours passed like minutes as they followed the ethereal guide, the trees growing taller and more ancient with each passing mile. When the light finally halted, hovering beside a massive oak whose trunk was split down the middle, the sun had climbed high overhead, though its rays struggled to penetrate the dense canopy. It wants us to go through, Marco realized, approaching the gap in the oak. Where he expected to find the other side of the forest, there instead yawned a passageway of soft golden light. This is madness, Folco protested, clutching his book to his chest. We're leagues beyond, where any sensible hobbit would venture. Then it's fortunate we left our scents back at the Brandywine, Marco replied with a wink, and before his cousins could object further, he stepped through the gap and vanished. Drogo and Folco exchanged a panicked look before scrambling after him, passing through the oak and into a realm that had existed in their world and yet apart from it for millennia. The forest that greeted them was like none they had ever seen. Massive malon trees with silver-grey bark rose hundreds of feet into the air, their golden leaves forming a canopy that filtered sunlight into dappled patterns across a forest floor, carpeted with tiny yellow flowers. The air itself seemed to shimmer with an inner light, and distant melodies wove through the rustle of leaves, songs with no singers, yet laden with memory and longing. To Lothlorien, Folco breathed, his academic knowledge overwhelming his fear. The Golden Wood, but it's supposed to be abandoned, its magic faded with the departure of the Lady Galadriel. Not abandoned, came a melodious voice from behind them, merely slumbering. The hobbits whirled to find themselves facing an elf maiden whose ageless features bore both the wisdom of centuries and a melancholy that tugged at their hearts. Her silver hair cascaded down her back, and her simple white gown seemed to capture and refract the golden light surrounding them. I am Nimrodel, she introduced herself, though none of the hobbits had asked. One of the few who chose to remain when our kindred departed for the undying lands. And you, her gaze lingered on Marco, are the ones spoken of in the weaving. The weaving? Marco asked, fighting the urge to bow before this ethereal being. Nimrodel beckoned for them to follow, leading them deeper into the golden forest. For an age, we have tended the looms of Galadriel, weaving the threads of fate that bind Middle-earth together. But darkness grows in the tapestry, threads that unravel what was carefully crafted after the fall of the shadow in the east. She led them to a clearing where ancient malon trees formed a perfect circle. At the center stood 3 looms of silver wood, each taller than 2 men. Upon them hung vast, incomplete tapestries, their threads shimmering with inner light, gold and silver, crimson and sapphire, each strand alive with purpose. Elves moved between the looms, their fingers working with impossible speed and precision, guided by an artistry beyond mortal comprehension. Yet despite their skill, Marco could see imperfections in the weaving, places where the pattern darkened and frayed, where holes had appeared as if the very fabric of reality was being unmade. The tapestries record and guide the flow of destiny, Nimrodel explained. Since the dawn of this age, we have maintained them, ensuring that the peace won through great sacrifice endures. But lately, an unseen hand works against us, pulling at threads crucial to the harmony of Middle-earth. And what has this to do with 3 hobbits? Folko asked, his scholarly mind struggling to comprehend the magnitude of what they were witnessing. Nimrodel's smile was gentle, yet tinged with urgency. And there is a prophecy spoken by the lady before her departure. When the weave begins to fray, look not to the mighty, but to the small, for hands that cherish hearth and home shall mend what power cannot restore. You believe we're the small hands in this prophecy? Marco asked incredulously. The tapestry itself called to you, Nimrodel confirmed, gesturing to one of the looms where, to the hobbits' astonishment, 3 small figures that unmistakably resembled themselves were woven into the pattern, standing before the very looms they now observed. In the days that followed, the hobbits were initiated into the ancient art of fate weaving. While elven fingers moved with the grace of millennia, the hobbits brought something the elves had begun to lose: a groundedness, a connection to the simple joys and sorrows that formed the backbone of life in Middle-earth. Marco, with his natural curiosity and storyteller's eye, proved adept at seeing the patterns that connected disparate threads across vast distances of the tapestry. Folko's scholarly mind grasped the complex symbolism and ancient rules that governed the weaving, and young Drogo, whose kind-hearted nature had always made him beloved in the Shire, displayed an intuitive understanding of how individual threads affected the whole. It's like tending a garden, Drogo explained to the others as his small fingers carefully rewove a section where darkness had begun to spread. Each thread needs the right amount of attention, not too much, not too little, and you have to understand how they grow together. Yet even as they learned, the darkness in the tapestry grew. Nimrodel revealed its source, a servant of Morgoth who had escaped the void when the world was remade, now gathering strength by feeding on forgotten sorrows and ancient grudges, planning to forge a new ring of power using the very magic that had once protected the free peoples. He works from the shadows, Nimrodel explained, whispering to the bitter and ambitious, turning small resentments into hatred. And as hearts darken across Middle-earth, so too does our weaving fray. It was Marco who first understood what needed to be done. Studying the pattern of the tapestry one evening, tracing connections that spanned kingdoms and ages, he saw how all the darkened threads converged at a single point, a nexus of corruption centered on the ruins of Dol Guldur, where Sauron had once made his fortress. We cannot mend the tapestry while the corrupter still pulls at its threads, he realized. We must reweave the pattern itself. The elves were horrified at his suggestion. The pattern has been maintained since the beginning of this age, one protested. To change it would risk unraveling all we have preserved. But that's exactly what's happening anyway, Marco argued. pointing to the spreading darkness. We're not gardeners tending an established plot. We're healers trying to save a dying patient. Sometimes healing requires cutting away what cannot be saved. Against the elves' reservations, the three hobbits began to work on a radical reweaving. Where the existing pattern tried to isolate and contain the darkness, their new design confronted it directly. They wove new threads representing unlikely alliances, dwarves and elves combining ancient crafts, men of the east and west setting aside old grievances, and at the center of it all, three small figures carrying a light into the heart of shadow. When the new section of tapestry was complete, Nimrodil gazed upon it with wonder and trepidation. "You have created a new destiny," she whispered. But to make it real, someone must live it. Marco met the eyes of his cousins, seeing in them the same mixture of fear and determination that he felt. "We began this," he said simply. "So we'll see it through." The journey that followed took them far from the safety of Lothlorien, across plains and mountains, through realms of men who had forgotten the old alliances, into deep halls where dwarves crafted wonders unseen since the glory days of Khazad-dûm. At each step, they carried with them threads from the loom, physical manifestations of the connections they had woven, which glowed with inner light when they succeeded in bringing ancient enemies together against the growing shadow. When at last they stood before the ruins of Dol Guldur, where the servant of darkness had nearly completed his work on a new ring of power, they were no longer alone. Behind them stood representatives of every free people of Middle-earth, united by the unlikely diplomacy of three hobbits, who understood that the greatest patterns were woven from countless small, essential threads. The battle that followed would be recorded in songs and histories for generations to come. But what the chroniclers could never fully capture was the moment when Marco, standing amidst the chaos, pulled from his pocket the final thread from Galadriel's loom, a strand of pure light that, when cast into the half-forged ring, unraveled the dark magic with the simple, unassailable power of hope. In the aftermath, as the allies began the long journey home, Folco asked the question that had lingered in all their minds. Did we follow the tapestry's design, or did we change it? Marco looked up at the stars emerging in the twilight sky, each one a gleaming thread in the greatest pattern of all. "Perhaps," he said with the quiet wisdom he had gained, "the finest weaving is the one where you cannot tell the difference." And in the golden wood, upon the ancient looms of Galadriel, the tapestry of fate shimmered with renewed vitality, its pattern forever changed by the small hands that had dared to reweave destiny itself. Story 5. In the gentle hills of the Shire, where morning mist clung to emerald knolls like whispered secrets, there lived a hobbit whose voice could make the stars themselves pause in their celestial dance. Rosamunda Tûk, with hair the color of autumn wheat and eyes that reflected the deep azure of forgotten elven pools, was known throughout Hobbiton and beyond for her melodies that seemed to carry the very essence of bygone ages. On the night when our tale begins, the full moon hung like a silver pendant above the party tree, casting long shadows across the assembled hobbits who had gathered for the midsummer festival. Lanterns swayed in the warm breeze, and the air was thick with the scent of honeysuckle and freshly baked seed cakes. When Rosamunda stepped forward to perform the traditional songs, none could have foreseen how the threads of fate were about to be rewoven. "Would sing us the tale of Erendil, Rosamunda," called old Bolger from his bench, raising his mug of ale in encouragement. Rosamunda nodded, her small fingers adjusting the blue ribbon in her hair, a nervous habit she had never outgrown. Yet, when she opened her mouth to sing, the words that emerged were not the familiar verses of the mariner's tale. Instead, an ancient melody poured forth, in syllables that no hobbit had uttered in centuries, the high, flowing language of the elves of the First Age. A Lúthien tinuviel, elen sila lumen, omentielvo, a galad miriath orenyalo. The gathered crowd fell into a stunned silence. Rosamunda herself seemed entranced, her eyes fixed upon some distant vision beyond the horizon. When the final notes faded into the night, she swayed, caught by the strong hands of her cousin Falco before she could fall. "What was that?" whispered the assembled hobbits, their merriment forgotten. I don't know," Rosamunda answered, trembling. It was as if someone else was singing through me. That night marked the beginning of the dreams, visions of crystal towers that reached towards skies unmarred by shadow. Glimpses of two trees, one gold, one silver, whose light outshone the sun and moon, and always, the sensation of a song building within her chest, a melody that could reshape mountains and turn the tide of battles long lost to history. In the days that followed, strange events befell the Shire. The summer heat twisted into unseasonable chill, crops withered in the fields. And in the deepest hours of night, when even the most restless hobbits had found their beds, dark figures were seen moving at the borders of the old forest, their forms obscured by cloaks that seemed to absorb what little light the stars provided. It was on the 7th night after the festival that they came. Rosamunda was awakened by the discordant sound of iron striking iron, a sound no hobbit smithy would produce at midnight. She rushed to her round window to see torches approaching from the east road, carried by tall figures in crimson robes. At their center walked a pale man whose face was half concealed by an obsidian mask, chanting words that made the very air shudder. "The song-bearer," the masked figure intoned, "the vessel awakens. The master calls her to darkness." Flames erupted from the nearest hobbit hole, the Proudfoots smile, and screams pierced the night. Without thinking, Rosamunda rushed outside, her nightgown billowing around her bare feet. The cultists turned toward her, their eyes reflecting the firelight like those of predatory beasts. "Stop!" she cried, her voice cracking with fear. And then, unbidden, the melody from her dreams rose within her. As it poured from her lips, a shimmering veil of light seemed to emanate from where she stood. The advancing cultists faltered, their torches dimming as if starved of air. The masked leader shrieked in a language that hurt the ears, raising a staff crowned with a jagged black stone. A blinding flash split the night. When Rosamunda's vision cleared, she saw a tall figure standing between her and the cultists, wielding a sword that gleamed with inner light, Glamdring, the foe hammer, legendary blade of kings and wizards. "Knee back to the shadows," commanded her defender, his voice resonant with authority that brooked no defiance. The cultists retreated, melting into the darkness like morning mist before the sun. The masked leader lingered a moment longer, his gaze fixed on Rosamunda. "Lúthien's heir," he hissed, "your song delays the inevitable. When Angmar rises again, all lights shall be extinguished." Then he too was gone, leaving only the crackling flames and bewildered hobbits in his wake. Rosamunda's savior turned to her, lowering his hood to reveal features that seemed both ancient and ageless, eyes that had witnessed the turning of many ages, set in a face weathered by countless winds. "I am Derufin," he said, sheathing Glamdring. "Ud last night of the Silent Watch, sworn to Elessar Telcontar in the Fourth Age, and you, Rosamunda Tûk, have awakened to a destiny written in the music of the Ainur before the shaping of Arda." "I don't understand," Rosamunda said, her voice small amid the chaos around her. "I'm just a hobbit. I know nothing of destinies or ancient music." Derufin's expression softened. The greatest powers often come in the humblest vessels. Your voice carries the echo of Lúthien Tinuviel, fairest of all beings who ever walked Middle-earth. The Valar have sent her spirit back to face a darkness that stirs once more. In the days that followed, as the hobbits rebuilt their damaged homes, Rosamunda learned fragments of the truth from Derufin, how after Sauron's fall, the scattered remnants of his servants had formed cults devoted to awakening older, deeper evils. How dreams of shadow and flame had begun to plague children across Middle-earth. How the White Tower of Minas Tirith had begun to darken from within, its stones turning grey as if absorbing some hidden corruption. A splinter of Morgoth's malice has found its way back from the void, Derufin explained, as they sat beneath the party tree. Not enough to take form, but enough to whisper dark dreams to sleeping minds. The cultists you saw serve his purpose, though they know it not. But why me? Rosamunda asked, plucking nervously at the grass. I've never left the Shire. I know nothing of battling ancient evils. Because hobbits have proven time and again to be the most resilient against darkness. Derufin smiled. And because Lúthien's gift was her song, a melody that could topple fortresses and entrance dark lords. That same power awakens in you? Reluctance warred with resolve in Rosamunda's heart. The thought of leaving the Shire terrified her, yet the memory of flames consuming hobbit holes, of children crying in the night, hardened her will. Their journey began on a misty autumn morning. With Derufin as her guide, Rosamunda travelled first to Rivendell, now largely abandoned, save for a few elves who had chosen to fade with Middle-earth rather than sail to Valinor. In the last homely house, among dusty tomes and fading tapestries, she studied the lays of Lúthien and Beren, feeling the ancient songs resonate within her with each passing day. From Rivendell, they journeyed south to Gondor, where the White Tower stood tarnished with veins of shadow that spread like cracks through marble. King Eldarion, son of Aragorn, welcomed them with grave courtesy, his eyes betraying the sleepless nights spent combating the darkness infecting his realm. The shadow grows strongest in the dead marshes, the king told them, where the unquiet spirits of ancient battles linger still. It was in those fetid swamps that Rosamunda first faced the full horror of what opposed her. Ghostly faces peered from brackish pools, their expressions twisted in eternal anguish. The very air seemed to resist her breathing, heavy with malice accumulated over uncounted years. At the heart of the marshes, upon an island of solid ground surrounded by spectral lights, they found an obsidian altar. The cultists surrounded it, their masked leader raising a crystalline phial containing what appeared to be living shadow. With this essence drawn from the dreams of 1,000 children, the fragment shall gain form, he proclaimed. The age of Morgoth begins anew, Derufin charged forward, Glamdring flashing like lightning in the gloom. But he was but one against many, and soon found himself surrounded, fighting with the desperate valor of one who knows his cause is lost. Rosamunda, hidden behind a gnarled tree, felt terror threaten to overwhelm her. She was no warrior, no hero of legend. She was a hobbit who longed for her garden and her books and the simple melodies of Shire festivals. Yet as the masked leader raised his dagger above the prone form of Derufin, something stirred within her, a courage born not of battle lust, but of the simple, unshakable hobbit sense that recognized when things were profoundly wrong. Stepping from her hiding place, Rosamunda began to sing. Not the high, ethereal notes of elven lays, but a simple hobbit walking song, infused with memories of green hills and flowing streams, of harvest feasts and winter fires, of a people who found joy in small pleasures and steadfast loyalty. The cultists turned toward her, confusion evident even behind their masks. But as Rosamunda continued to sing, her voice grew in power. The melody shifted, incorporating elements of the ancient songs she had studied in Rivendell, yet transformed through the lens of her Hobbit heart. The eternal themes of light and hope rendered accessible through her love of home and hearth. Light began to emanate from her small form, not the blinding brilliance of the two trees, but the warm, golden glow of hearth fires and harvest moons. The spectral lights in the marsh retreated from her approach. The cultists shielded their eyes, their chants faltering. The masked leader howled in rage, raising his staff toward Rosamunda. Silence her, but it was too late. Rosamunda's song reached its crescendo, a perfect fusion of Hobbit resilience and elven magic. The phial in the leader's hand shattered, its shadowy contents dissipating in the suddenly clean air. In the aftermath, as Lúthien bound the surviving cultists, Rosamunda felt a strange peace settle over her. The fragment of Morgoth's malice had been dispersed, its hold on Middle-earth broken, for now. "It will return, won't it?" she asked Lúthien, as they made their way back toward firmer ground. "Perhaps not in my lifetime, but someday." "Darkness always seeks to return," the knight agreed. "But so too does light find new vessels in which to shine. Today, you have proven that even the smallest person can carry the greatest light." Months later, when Rosamunda returned to Hobbiton, she found the scars of that terrible night healing. New thatch adorned the repaired roofs, fresh paint brightened round doors, children played beneath the party tree without fear. That night, beneath a sky crowded with stars, Rosamunda sang for her people. Not the ancient lays of elves, nor the power-laden melodies that had dispersed darkness, just simple Hobbit songs of home and hope and the quiet courage found in small hearts. And somewhere, beyond the circles of the world, the spirit of Lúthien smiled, knowing her gift had found its perfect vessel, not in a mighty warrior or wise ruler, but in a hobbit who understood that the greatest magic lies in the smallest moments of love and courage and the unshakable belief that light, however diminished, can never truly be extinguished. Story 6. In the fading twilight of autumn, when the borders between worlds grew thin, Samwell Burrows jolted awake in his hobbit hole at the edge of Rushock Bog. His hands trembled, still feeling the ghostly threads that had slipped through his fingers in his dream, a vivid vision of an ancient hall where reality itself was woven upon a loom of starlight. 5 figures stood around the loom, their faces obscured by shadow, yet somehow familiar as kin. As the dream faded, one phrase lingered like morning mist. The weave unravels, the awakened must rise. This marked the 13th night the dream had visited him, and Samwell knew Hobbit superstition well enough to recognize the significance. With reluctance, he abandoned the comfort of his hearth and packed a modest traveling sack. The parchment map he'd discovered hidden beneath his garden's oldest oak, seemingly appearing the very day the dreams began, indicated a small tavern called the Twisted Root in a village that straddled the border between the Shire and the wilderness beyond. The tavern crouched low against the gathering darkness, its windows gleaming like amber eyes in the gloaming. Inside, the air hung heavy with pipeweed smoke and the scent of mulled cider. Samwell felt the curious stares of the patrons as he entered. Hobbits rarely ventured so far from home, and even more rarely alone. Yet something pulled him forward, toward a table in the corner where 4 figures sat in silence, each nursing a drink with the wariness of strangers forced into company. "You've dreamed it too," said a gruff female voice. The dwarf woman's beard was braided with iron beads that clinked softly as she nodded to the empty chair. her broad hands, calloused from the forge, wrapped around a tankard of ale. "I'm Brytha, daughter of Karga. For a fortnight now, I've seen the Hall of Threads in my sleep." Beside her sat an elf with eyes the color of winter ice, his once fine clothes bearing the marks of hard travel and harder fortunes. "Thoraniel," he offered simply, touching the blue stone that hung at his throat. "Exiled from Mithlond for what my kin called heresy, claiming the dreams that now bring us together." The man who sat opposite was tall and dark, his skin bronzed by southern suns. Intricate tattoos spiraled up his forearms, disappearing beneath rolled sleeves. "Akim of the Red Sands," he said, his accent thick as honey. "The dreams called, and I followed, though I know not why the fates would choose a disgraced scholar for such visions." The fifth figure remained hooded, only his gnarled staff marking him as one of the wandering wizards. "Names have power," he murmured, his voice like pages turning in an ancient library. "But you may call me Viridian. I have walked this earth for 3 centuries, yet never has my sleep been haunted thus, until the hunter's moon rose 13 nights ago." Samwell settled into the empty chair, feeling a strange sense of completion, as though scattered pieces of himself had suddenly aligned. "I'm Samwell Burrows, just a gardener from Rushock Bog. I thought I was going mad." "Not madness," Viridian said, pushing back his hood to reveal a face lined with wisdom and sorrow. "Awakening. We 5 are the awakened, souls called to remember what time has forced us to forget." From his robes, the wizard produced a fragment of tapestry no larger than a handspan, its threads glimmering with inner light. As each of them touched it, images flooded their minds. Not dreams now, but memories. They saw themselves as they had been in an age long past, the 5 guardians who had stood against Morgalad, the first Dark Lord, when he sought to tear the fabric of reality asunder. "The tapestry of destinies," Britha whispered, her fingers tracing the intricate pattern, "the very weave that binds all fates and futures of Middle-earth." "It unravels," Thoraniel said, his voice hollow with dread. "I have felt it in the forests, trees forgetting their seasons, rivers flowing uphill, creatures born of nightmare slipping through the weakening seams of the world." Akim nodded grimly. "In my homeland, children are born with memories of lives not yet lived, and elders speak in tongues unheard since the first age. The pattern phrase. The tapestry has been hidden in the ruins of Amon Lank since the First Age," Viridian explained. "It is protected by enchantments that have weakened with time. To restore it, we must each find a thread corresponding to our elemental nature, earth, fire, water, air, and spirit, and rebind the weave before it collapses entirely." "And how are we to find these threads?" Samwell asked, already feeling the weight of destiny settling upon his shoulders. Viridian's eyes gleamed with ancient magic. "The song will guide us." Together, their voices found a melody none had been taught, yet all somehow knew, a song of creation that predated the shaping of mountains. As they sang, the fragment of tapestry glowed brighter, projecting a map of starlight onto the tavern wall, marking 5 locations across Middle-earth, where the elemental threads lay hidden. Their journey began at dawn. In the misty mountains, Britha faced the trial of fire, descending into the molten heart of an ancient forge, where the dwarves of old had captured dragonflame in metal. There, she confronted not just the searing heat, but the forge spirit of her own ancestor, who had once crafted weapons of terrible power. Only by vowing to use her craft solely for creation, never destruction, did the spirit relinquish the crimson thread that shimmered like liquid flame. Thranduil's path led to the Enchanted Isles, where the trial of water demanded he confront his banishment. In the depths of a pearl-lined grotto, he faced illusions of the kin who had cast him out, their accusations as cutting as blades. Only by forgiving both them and himself could he claim the azure thread that flowed like water through his fingers. For Akim, the trial of air waited in the highest peaks of the White Mountains, where the wind spoke in riddles and the paths shifted like dreams. The southern scholar, whose knowledge had always been his shield, was forced to surrender certainty and trust in faith alone, stepping off a precipice into seeming oblivion to grasp the silver thread that danced upon the breeze. Viridian journeyed to the Dead Marshes, where the trial of spirit lay within a realm between life and death. There, among the ghostly faces that stared from beneath murky waters, he confronted the cost of his centuries of existence, the mortal lives he had influenced and sometimes sacrificed in service to greater purposes. The violet thread of spirit would come only when he accepted that wisdom without compassion was the hollowest of virtues. Samuel's path proved the strangest of all. The trial of earth took him not to distant lands, but deeper into the Shire itself, to an unmarked grave beneath the oldest oak in the old forest. There, as he dug with trembling hands, he uncovered a small box bearing his own family crest. Inside, a journal written by his ancestor, Hollis Burrows, who had once been the fifth guardian before betraying the others to Morgalad's whispered promises. The golden thread of earth lay wrapped around the journal, but as Samuel reached for it, the earth beneath him split open, revealing a chasm filled with crawling shadows. The voice of Morgalad echoed from the depths, revealing the truth Samuel had feared since the dreams began. The treachery ran in his blood, that he was destined to complete what his ancestor had begun. "You need not be bound by his choices," came a voice beside him. The spirit of Hollis Burrows stood there, his transparent form heavy with remorse. "I chose wrong, but you may choose anew. That is the gift of the earth element, renewal and rebirth." With tears streaming down his face, Samuel reached not for the thread, but for his ancestor's hand, offering forgiveness where there had been only shame for generations. In that moment of compassion, the golden thread leapt willingly to his grasp. When the five reunited at the ruins of Amon Lank, each bearing their elemental thread, they found the ancient hall transformed. What had once been crumbling stone now shimmered with half-seen possibilities, futures and pasts overlapping like pages in a book viewed through water. At the center stood a loom crafted from light, and upon it the tapestry of destinies hung in tatters, its once vibrant pattern now faded and torn. "It is worse than I feared," Viridian whispered. "The echo of Morgalad still lingers here, feeding on the unraveling." As if summoned by his name, darkness pooled at the edges of the hall, coalescing into a figure of terrible beauty and ancient malice. Not Morgalad himself, but his lingering will, preserved within the very threads he had sought to destroy. "The Guardians return," the shadow purred, its voice like silk over steel. "It would be how fitting that you should witness the final unmaking." With a gesture, the shadow sent the loom trembling, widening the tears in the tapestry. Through the gaps, they glimpsed horrors, worlds where darkness had triumphed, where Middle-earth lay in ruins, where the very stars had been devoured by insatiable void. Samuel stepped forward, the golden thread of earth glowing in his palm. "Ugi, we know what must be done," he said, his voice steady despite his fear. "We five are the pattern made flesh." Understanding dawned in each of their eyes. The elemental threads were never meant merely to repair the tapestry. They were meant to bind the Guardians themselves into the weave, their souls becoming the anchors that would hold reality together. One by one, they approached the loom. Ritha's thread of fire, Thoraniel's thread of water, Akim's thread of air, and Viridian's thread of spirit. Each was worked into the tapestry with words of power and sacrifice, each guardian fading slightly as their essence merged with the weave. Samwell went last, his hands steady as he worked the golden thread through warp and weft, sealing the tears with his own life force. As the final stitch was placed, the shadow of Morgulad lunged forward in desperate fury, only to be caught and bound within the restored pattern, a darkness contained and balanced, necessary to the whole. The five guardians stood transformed, neither fully corporeal nor entirely gone. They had become living legends, their consciousness spread throughout the tapestry of destinies they had sacrificed to save. Though their mortal forms would eventually return to their homes, something essential would remain forever in that hall between worlds, maintaining the balance of all things. In the Shire, tales would later be told of Samwell Burrows, who returned from a strange journey with eyes that seemed to see beyond the horizon. Children would gather at his feet as he tended his gardens, listening to stories of four companions and a tapestry of light, never quite realizing that these were not mere tales, but the history of how Middle-earth itself was saved by five strangers who discovered they were never strangers at all, but threads of the same eternal weave.